Hmm. I should. Oh, wait. It's working. It doesn't usually pick up the Minecraft window right away. Well, here we are with another foray into Cube Game, my personal favorite, on Minecraft 1.19.2. So, still a legacy version, but not as far back in the past as I usually go. This world is freshly generated yesterday, just to make sure the mod pack didn't break everything. And the book that we start with is the opening Tinker's Construct Manual, which is going to be one of my showcase mods for this playthrough. Another showcase for this playthrough is Crossroads, but we might not get to that right away. So for starters, Minecraft always begins the same way. Punch tree, get wood. Or you could find a village within a few minutes and invalidate some of the early game. That would certainly be nice. So let's see what they have to steal over. Wait a minute. I forgot to turn off auto jump, because auto jump is still a default in this version, and I hate it. Nothing here, just a kitchen, butcher's place. This guy had grass in his house. I could steal the bed, though. Be a free bed. What is that building? Another free bed. Plenty of hay bales. I'll never understand the non-forest villagers and their insistence on putting crops in completely random places. Because it usually leads to water just flowing all over everywhere and a bunch of seeds just scattered. Like, this is wheat planted on a dirt path. That's not legal. And yet, there it is. I think this is a cartographer's house. Yep, cartography table. Finally, a chest with a whole compass and a stick. I feel privileged. I'm taking the chest too, just so I get something of value out of that building. It's a brewing stand. It does me no good pre-nether. Hey, there's a toolsmith. Multiple smithing tables. In theory, I could steal one. Tons of beds. Definitely more beds than these guys need. And here we have the weaponsmith with multiple grindstones. But that gets me some free iron, including pants and food. What a lovely head start this makes. Just grab some easy comestibles right here. Turn that into bread later. We do have some other pretty much immediate needs. Because this is a... Ooh, that's rare. And it's gone. That was an old root, but it's gone now. So because this is a Tinker's Construct playthrough, I'm going to need sand, gravel, and clay in large, very large amounts. And this is definitely not the way to get it. Also, could all this flowing water just stop? It's a little unusual to begin in a savanna, and it's very unusual to have these ponds just spilling out everywhere. I still haven't tried to grab even a little bit of wood. I said it always begins the same, and then I put off the way it begins for as long as possible. There's fast leaf decay at work. I try not to start a game without it unless I have a very good reason not to. Pretty much the only good reason not to use fast leaf decay is if you have a mod that relies on saplings for some reason. Rare saplings. And while Spectrum did that, another major example is Thaumcraft. Thaumcraft's silverwood saplings are frustratingly uncommon. Ars Magica witchwoods can kind of be the same way, but witchwoods are also often more trouble to grow than they're worth. None of these, however, are concerns that we currently have. I'm just kind of wandering randomly about with hardly a care in the world. Which is really not a good strategy, because whether I find somewhere to settle up or not, nighttime is going to happen, and I am not equipped for that. Regardless of how wise or unwise my current actions are, I'm just wandering semi-aimlessly about, trying to find somewhere useful to settle. Got this village here. That's nice. Large amounts of water all over. A swamp very close by. I don't know what this is. Map is saying it's just coarse dirt. Then we have some mangrove down there. I can't tell by the color. I don't know if you can see the text, but there's very fine text in the bottom that shows what block you're pointing at on the map. And that is mangrove in the south. Oh, we got some lava. Lava is also something that's going to be very important. But it's not really important enough to set up shop near a lava pool, because the lava pool is extremely finite, and my needs will be boundless. There's the darkness, right on schedule as always, and I, as stated, don't really have anywhere to live yet. Much less live at the moment and more hide. What I'm really looking for right now, which would be an excellent place to settle, is a large amount of gravel. Ow. And that is Tinker's Construct's fault. Tinker's Construct demands large amounts of gravel, sand, and clay, as previously stated. Not seeing much in the gravel department. Just very small pockets here and there. Which is not at all helpful. Nope, ruined portal with chest. And this is stone. I thought it was gravel for a second. Flint. An unbreaking gold shovel, kind of a joke. You know what? Smite. You scared him. He got confused, started wandering away. He did not expect a new guy to hit quite that hard. Come to think, but I remembered something. So, it would be advantageous to go back toward this mountain, I think. Because our other showcase mod, Crossroads, has a very high reliance on tin, which it makes extremely rare and hides at high elevations. Often I mitigate this little issue by installing other machine mods that include tin as a much less valuable and more common material. But this pack has not done so. Wait. Yes, it has. I have Tinker's Construct. Tinker's Construct includes tin. Or does it? I don't actually know if Tinker's Construct includes and generates tin, or if it just allows you to melt tin from other mods. This is probably a question I should have gotten the answer to before starting up today, but I only threw this pack together yesterday. Lots of gravel on the seabed, as always. It's just very inconvenient to collect from there. My inventory is beginning to fill, so I'm going to have to make a decision here. You know what? This mountain by the lava pool may be the pick after all. I'll just drill into this wall now and make an elegant staircase later. Oh, I know what I forgot. I don't have a light level overlay. That'll have you fixed tomorrow. Or I'll complain about it for much of the week until I finally remember to do so. So here's our doorway. There will be stairs here. Looks like we're decently safe for now, until something appears and decides to ruin our night. Now I need to think about space. Make room for some storage chests just a little distance from the door. Better do something about all this hay, or I run out of food. Bam. bread. And doors. It's a start. That's the important thing. It's not a very elegant start, but it's a start. Now, basic needs. Lots of wood. And also, the opening of this book. To start, we'll need lots of planks and sticks to make patterns. These patterns go into things like the part builder and other micro-crafting things. There's the Tinker Station, which you use to actually assemble tools. I swear I've done this mod before on a previous playthrough, but none of my previous stream packs include it in the file list. But yeah, we need lots of wood to make patterns, Tinker Stations. Forget the Tinker Chest, that's a later thing. And eventually, if we ignore the flavor text, we can use all kinds of materials to make our tool parts. It's a lot like Evilcraft Evilcraft brooms, in that every material has its own advantages and disadvantages. But at the same time, you also have to take their rarity into account, because you'll have to use the construction material to repair the tool later. And they also all have these little bonus stats. So, a tool with wooden parts has the economical property, which means sometimes repairing is more efficient. A stone tool has stonebound, so as the tool takes damage, it mines faster but is a less effective weapon. And they all have different stats for different tool parts, like the tool head provides its mining tier and mining speed, also the bulk of its durability value, and its damage. Whereas the handle applies multipliers to all of these things. And the binding, a little intermediary part, is usually only useful for its property, its material property. There are all kinds of things here. Jagged is a good one. Actually, no, it isn't. Well, it's good on weapons. It makes the weapons stronger as they wear out. Then there's bone, which has a little bit of de facto armor piercing. And it has more base durability than even flint, but not quite cobble. This isn't cobble anymore. Oh well, cobbled deep slate is possible. I'm used to using cobblestone for rock, but I haven't played Tinker's Construct in a few versions, so... Oh, there it is. Cobblestone's a valid rock. Copper is also an option. It gets better at deeper depths, but is not so good closer to the surface. Chorus. Technically we could, but good luck getting any. A few materials that are binding only. Like a leather binding offers tanned, so if you use a shovel that has a tanned property to break a tree or as a weapon, then it doesn't take double damage, as tools normally do when they're used for the wrong thing. String. If you use string as a binding, then you can repair the tool with string, instead of having to fuss about all of its other little component materials. And vines. Resist damage in sunlight. This used to be the tool gradually repairs itself in sunlight, but that's many, many versions ago. And then there is an entirely different slate of materials. Well, a partially different slate of materials that applies to bows and crossbows. And there's the actual tools you can make. Crossbows are now very similar to the Minecraft crossbow. When Tinker's Construct was in its early days, it had crossbows long before Minecraft did. And they worked pretty much exactly the way they do now. Except you also had to make crossbow bolts specifically in Tinker's Construct. And that had a very big influence on how the crossbow did damage. There's daggers, which you can put one in each hand, and they craft in pairs. Flint and brick is a flint and steel, but different. Then we have your basic tools. Hand axe is just your regular Minecraft axe. Kama is... it's like a hoe, but it also really isn't a hoe. It's basically a funny shaped shears. Mattock is part axe, part shovel. Not very good at either. Pick-adze is part pickaxe, part axe. No, it's part pickaxe, part shovel. And it's actually not bad for what it does. Basic pickaxe and basic sword. The tools are repaired in the Tinker Station with their base material, or you can make repair kits, which you can use in crafting tables or your inventory crafting. You can also switch parts at any time. I had no idea you could recycle tools down to parts. That must be a new feature. Then we have modifiers, which are traits, which come from materials mostly. Upgrades, which you apply stuff to the tool. And there are slotless modifiers, which don't consume upgrade slots. It also keeps referencing us to Thrul Magon's puny smelting, which is the next book in the series. Once you get some grout and a book, you can make Puny's Melting. Sky Slime makes Gadgetry. Nether Grout makes Fantastic Foundry. So there are more books in the series. It's just not willing to let us worry about what's coming just yet. I seem to have piddled away the entire daytime by staying indoors and reading books. Accurate. Let me not put that there. We'll put our home marker outside. Unbreaking Gold Shovel. Such an unlikely tool. I can go ahead and grab ugly woods, like birch and acacia, because Tinker's Construct doesn't really care what kind of wood you use. It all breaks down to sticks and planks and parts. Oh, we're also getting little berries. That's for something else that I should probably explain as well, but we will need one of those old roots before I can do that. Fortunately, we know what old roots look like, because one of them despawned right in front of me earlier. I find myself yearning for witchery, to make a potion of tree and just immediately replant this forest with full trees instead of saplings. But that is not a thing in this version. Ow. The skeleton bit wise. Smite. I mean, the bottom line really is that I should not be out here in the dark, fumbling around with the trees. But here I am making bad decisions all the same. We'll just throw down a few trees, suitably far from that lava pool so they don't catch fire as soon as they grow. I sure like having ready access to a coastline and sugarcane. That's good base building. Alright, we get some charcoal ready. I got a bunch of stuff that's going to need sorting. We're going to need torches for light. But quite possibly the most important thing we need right now is a work roll. And I have little to no idea what I'm doing right now. Been a long time since I built a work room. So, none of this is very helpful. What is that? Enderbark door. That's a new tree type. I've played this mod many a time, and Enderbark has not previously been a thing. But the heart of what we need right now is planks, sticks, and patterns. It is almost impossible to make too many patterns. I stress almost because really, it is, but it's hard. Genuinely going overboard on patterns is pretty difficult. Now we have patterns. We're not making that. Part chest is a thing, but I've never found it terribly useful. It's also possible to make another copy of the book with a pattern. The book we already have. Don't have lapis. Here we go. Crafting stations made with a log. Tinker station made with 4 planks. Crafting station also made with a existing tinker station or a crafting table. But they're both crafting stations. The part builder is made like a so. So where's the tinker station? That was it. So I'm just overthinking a lot. So we need a tinker station. and a part builder, which I just looked all the recipes for and probably forgot. And a crafting station. Crafting station is honestly a take or leave kind of thing, because they can be very buggy. We'll give it a shot though, because I don't know how buggy it is or isn't right now. Seriously? You are selling a seared stone hepatizon melting pan and a bunch of junk. Buddy, you are here way too early for me to be able to afford anything. So, thank you for the leads and the free leather. Now go play in that lava pool. Or get lost. Just get lost. Okay, crafting station, part builder there, or part builder here. It's not exactly a huge choice. And the reason I have all these things clustered together is because they do this. They have tabs. And they also will recognize a chest if I place one here. Now the Tinker Station, the crafting station has access to the chest. Part Builder does not because they're not adjacent. That's fine. And the Tinker Station also does not, apparently. But that's fine. We now have effectively a crafting table that preserves its ingredients. You just kind of sit there and wait. That also has access to the adjacent chest. A little bit of convenience. The part builder needs a bunch of patterns. And from those patterns we can make specific patterns. No, that's not true anymore. It used to be the case that you had another workstation that you used to turn blank patterns into part patterns, and you had to keep a library of these part patterns on hand. The way it works now is it consumes a part pattern, or a blank pattern, to make, or it consumes a few patterns apparently. Or is that pattern cost or material cost? I don't know. I'm kind of spiraling. But the part builder can make parts out of all the basic materials. You can't work most metals in this station because they're too hard. Copper is soft enough to be molded in this station. But mostly you need something else later. Right this second, though, I need to step away for a minute. I'll be back shortly for more of this. And we're back. I apologize for that, but as I'm fond of saying, some things refuse to wait. So, I have not much. But this is where we pull the book back. But this is where we pull the book back out. Because now that I have access to these two really, crafting stations, I can stop wearing down my iron tools on things that I don't need to waste these precious iron tools on. So we need to look for a good tool head that has a decent mining tier. Honestly, stone would be fine, and stone is inexpensive. But we also want good properties and good handle stats. Handle stats is a tough one. Stone is, minus 10% durability for being a rock-handled tool. That's not great. Stone bound, not a good property, not really. Bone handle, minus 25% durability. Don't do that. But we're also looking at, compared to the 1 damage of stone and the mining speed of 4, well, bone has a mining speed of 2.5, a little less than stone. But it's better for weapons with an extra quarter heart of damage. Flint 2. So bone, with its armor piercing and increased damage, is a decent weapon head. Copper, not a great weapon head. But it's iron tier for mining, with decent durability, better than stone anyway. And that's it for head materials. So if I want a fancy, cheap weapon that I can easily repair, it's gotta be bone. I don't have much in the way of bone, but bone can be easily replenished by harassing skeletons. So I'll get a small blade. I'm planning to make daggers. So I need a small blade and a tool handle. The tool handle, I think, is going to have to be wood. It's simply average and has the cultivated trait, which makes repair cheaper. Now I have a pair of bone daggers with honestly very poor durability, but they can be used to shear, apparently. I guess that's a trait of the tool itself. Reduces knockback, must be also a dagger trait. Cultivated and pierce, so we ignore the armor of zombies and just stab things with 4 melee damage base. It's a start. I think I'll have to use a rock pickaxe head, because it's really all I have. Give me a mining tier of stone. The only way to get above that currently is with copper, which I don't have. So we get a stone pickhead, Wasn't a tool handle and a binding. Wood is basically the way to go for tool handles, because it doesn't have any penalties, and that's almost all we've seen so far in the materials we have access to. I would like a string binding, but that just appears to not be in the cards. My options are leather, string, and vine. Vine would be nice. String would be optimal. But I guess I can use leather because I currently have nothing else. We'll just put all these together. And get a stone pickaxe, also with fairly poor durability. But it saves me from wasting my iron. So I can right click to stab and left click to stab. It's dagger time. And we've whittled away the entire daytime again. The day-night cycle is simply not in my favor today. Oh well. We work with the hours we have, and not necessarily the hours we want. This pickaxe is just a hair faster than a vanilla stone pickaxe. Not quite sure how the durability compares exactly. Another fun little detail about Tinker's Construct, though. Tinker's Construct, I believe, pioneered the idea of an offhand in Minecraft. So in very early versions, the pickaxe had an ability where it would look on your hotbar to the next slot to the right, and if that slot contained torches, then right-clicking with the pickaxe would place a torch from that slot. I could also be completely mistaken, and it could be another mod that had the idea of offhands somehow first. It honestly wouldn't surprise me. Many mod makers were innovating long before, Mojang or Microsoft or whoever owns the property now was anywhere close to an original thought. There's a skeleton. Maybe I could get some more bones from there if I can avoid going into the water to do so. Miss me. Fear my flurry of knife. Wow. That lag is something else. I don't know what's going on with that. I have multiple mods installed to improve my performance. But we still have 2 fresh creeper holes, and I am badly injured. Stab, 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 stab. Missed. And it went off despite the fact that I was very far away. Oh, but we got an old root out of it, so that can make some progress. The reason I installed roots is because it fills a niche that Tinker's Construct by itself leaves open. Tinker's Construct satisfies my need for tools that don't break. Roots does the same for armor. Now that that little creeper incident has given us a single old root, I can make the roots book. We can finally learn about all these berries. I did get some more bones, so that dangerous nighttime excursion was not a total loss. Old root. You can make a rune stew. It makes the runic tablet, which is the book for Roots Classic. And it's also a ritual ingredient in a couple of places. But we're not quite there yet. Old roots drop randomly from tall grass, that's just where they come from. And a constant supply of these rare plant materials is primarily what's gaining progression in the Roots mod. I have a charcoal and coal, and I should have used this andesite instead of cooking stone. But it's fine. Runic Tablet. One of the stranger mod books. Because it looks like this. It tells you about the rare materials, old roots, 1 in 40 chance from tall grass, and they're technically edible. Verdant sprigs, 1 in 30 chance from harvesting crops. Infernal Bulbs, 1 in 20 chance from Netherwart. And Dragon's Eyes, 1 in 10 chance from Chorus Dwellers. They also smelt into Ender Pearls. We also have Growth Powder and Mutating Powder. Growth Powder just kind of grows grass. Mutating Powder, using the power of a Nether Star, creates new types of flora. So we're not going to worry about that for a while. Berries. Leaves may occasionally drop berries, of which there are 5 types. Rooty Stew. It's much healthier than just eating the root straight. And there's a Healing Poultice, which is just a minor healing doodad. I avoided this one. We need to cut bark again. It's witchery again. Kind of. Right-clicking a log block collects bark, damages the knife, and has a chance of breaking the log block. So we'll need to collect bark from most trees. And there's this page which talks about how to make spells, which all of them have drawbacks. But it's honestly not that bad a system. Some of these spells, though, do run the risk of destroying your world. I think, not Time Stop, but there's one here, Acceleration. A spell that increases the tick rate of furnaces, brewing stands, and other devices. I have used this on modded machinery, and basically exploded my world. Since it requires endstone, that's not going to happen anytime soon. Next page, Equipment. But this gets into the rituals. And you need to make a casting altar, several incense burners, and also standing stones, both regular and enhanced. Once you collect all these things, you can start making living tools, which do regrow in the sun. You take wooden tools, a touch of gold, and one of those verdant sprigs from farming crops, and you can make an iron equivalent tool that self-repairs. Eventually, you can make armor. There's Sylvan Armor, which auto-repairs and boosts spell efficiency. It's made from leather, diamonds, vines, and it requires a full ritual setup with a lot of standing stones. This gets expensive. There's also the Wildwood Armor, which is a little better than Iron Tier, but auto repairs and increases regeneration even when you're out of food. I like this armor. Pretty much exclusively because it's self-repairing. Self-repairing armor is great. A ritual that harms mobs and heals players. And this ritual that executes a nearby mob to create a random plant. Interesting. finally, we have the Runic Focus, which you can first construct, then charge. And when the Runic Focus is empowered, you can use it to make the Engraved Blade. And the Engraved Blade is just a big stone greatsword that you can buff by adding extra incenses, which have features similar to enchantments, like basic knockback enchantment, basic sharpness enchantment, smite enchantment, and these stack with actual enchantments. And then you can apparently burn clocks to change time. That's a lot of gold for not much. That brings us back to the first page. Hey look, it's actually daytime. I did not waste all of the day staring at a book. Again, relatable. So what I need right now is to continue amassing wood. And I don't think I have anything in this mod pack to automate the collection of wood. Maybe once I get into Crossroads. Maybe. So I don't exactly remember everything Crossroads can do. It's a complicated mod. Crossroads is described as a mod about Rube Goldberg machines, which are the simplest way to accomplish any task. That's not my words. That's the dev. Crossroads is also unique and weird in that it has flavor text in the guidebook, written by a crazy person who will cheerfully describe to you more of the mod's secrets, which are not described by the base mod. My first encounter with the Crossroads mod was very much not favorable, because it is wild and confusing. It gives you a very diverse assortment of parts, and you are expected to figure out on your own how these parts go together to accomplish anything useful. Whether or not this becomes rewarding at the tail end once you finally learn how to make it work for you is an exercise left to the player. believe Crossroads also has a guidebook. It had better. I had to install Patchouli. Not seeing anything vaguely book-shaped in here. There's nothing even book-adjacent here. Well then. The Patchouli mod isn't showing up anything either, but I do have backpacks if I had strain. Ambidextrous modifier. Allows punching with both hands and applies to armor. These modifiers aren't technically craftable. I mean, it's a form of crafting recipe, I guess, so legitimate. Tin. Crossroads tin. There's also tin ore that is not Crossroads. Is there? No, it all says Crossroads. That could be a problem. Stone plating for cast creation. I just don't want to be in this section. Although I will say, I miss when the frying pan was an actual Tinker's Construct weapon you could create on your own. I believe it's a rare, you can only buy it or find it tool now, because they gave it the melting property and a built-in tank. But I loved it when it was a weapon / utility item that you could place like a block. And it had 6 cooking slots and 1 fuel slot. So you could put a piece of charcoal in the frying pan to use it like a furnace, and it would cook all 6 slots at the same time. But only food. It was nice. I hate that they removed it. Apparently there's now armor. It looks like looks like I'll have to wait for the smelting book to learn about armor. But I'm not here to look at Tinker's Construct stuff. I am looking... What's that? Storage drawers. Well, there's part of our storage solution. Sophisticated backpacks. Storage drawers. Roots. Pretty pipes, because I had to. Pretty pipes, fluids. Tinker's Construct is infinitely better if you have access to fluid pipes. Mob grinding utils, which I only installed at all for the weatherproof glass. That's the only reason it's here. We get into Essentials, which is a required mod for Crossroads. Ender chests and ender buckets, again. Ender tanks, good to have with Tinker's Construct. Now we get into Crossroads, which has some stuff. It's just very complicated and has a ton of assorted, chaotic-looking nonsense. And without some kind of book, to make all of this stuff make sense, there's really no way to get anywhere with it. I'm concerned because I haven't seen a Crossroads book, but I'm seeing regular Minecraft stuff now. Let's look at this another way. There we are. Crossroads and Essentials Guidebook. That's why I was confused, because it's technically an Essentials book. It's a book on an iron nugget. Well, darn. We are out of iron. But now I know what to do when we get more iron. We fix up our pickaxe. And can I fix up our daggers with wood? No. They require bone. Let's not fix the daggers just yet. They are not sufficiently damaged to worry about that. Okay. So I have my basic Minecraft stuff. I could use more storage. Lots more storage. In fact, an entire storage room involving storage drawers would not go amiss. We could slate that for like this wall or something. But I'm also going to need to carve out a large space for a smelter. And the reason for that is we know puny smelting is made with grout. Grout is our clay, sand, gravel. Both of these recipes functionally have the same cost. There's no savings here, it's just this one's faster. What do we have? We have 20 gravel, more sand than that, and enough clay. Let's read all about this puny smelting. And also smelt the grout, which you smelt or blast into bricks, or you can melt into 2 bricks, but that is not yet an option. Because in order to do that, I need bricks. So our first batch of bricks has to be made in here. Anyway, while it's still dark, puny smelting. The character voice for Thrall is a lot more aggressive than Celine in the beginner book. And he's written 2 books. There's this one, and the next one is pouring some seared stone on a book. Here's the most basic tinker melter. It's small, and it can't be skipped. It's a plus 30% to all ore melting. Has a heater, melts 3 items at once, fuel efficient. It's basically a super smelter. Although super is a bit ambitious of something. It's got an interface, melting slots, melted slot, and fuel. And there's character art of our buddy Thrall. Then you have faucets and tanks for moving the fluid around once it's melted. They also respond to redstone signals, which is useful. And you have channels, which are honestly usually more frustrating than they're worth. But it's a good idea. Copper cans hold an ingot. Casting. This is where Tinker's Construct really takes off. You can take a stone part, press it into a blank sand cast, and this allows you to pour metal into it. You can also make sand casts in the part builder, and this is required to make armor plating casts. Gold casts are reusable. The problem with sand casts is that they burn up. But gold casts, which I believe cost 2 gold ingots per to make, you can store these and just keep taking them out, using them over and over again. It's like the library of part punch-outs. It's like the library of part patterns that I mentioned before. There are also composite casts, where you take one material and pour another material on top of it. There's also some automation possible with redstone signals and the like. And then we get access to Tier 2 materials, like iron. Seared stone venom bone is new. Slime woods, necrotic bone from the nether. Scorched stone, which I believe also requires nether access. White stone, which is end stone. And slimebine. And this is just better stuff all around. There's also Tier 2 range materials, Tier 2 armor materials, when we start learning about armor. More upgrades, more materials and things. Basically, I need these bricks to finish and to make a melter. And I need to take this skeleton out, just hanging around. Don't hide in this crevice. Not allowed. Give me your bones. I will use them to fix my knives. Thank you and goodbye. Also, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Stairs. There's the bricks. We'll deal with those in a bit. The big deal right now is that I need to do the typical Minecraft thing and go looking for materials. And we have a very inconvenient map for that. Where am I going to put a big mining hole? Better question, why don't I yet have any string? We've definitely fought several spiders, but they don't want to give us string. No matter. I'm going to go way over here and create a work site where my mining operation will not interfere with my living operation. Probably should have made a stack of cobblestone stairs, but never mind. Ooh, gravel. We have coarse dirt, which is useless. Unless for some strange reason you like dirt that cannot support crops. Oh yes, I like to block very often. Today's feature includes tinkers, which again I swear I've done before. Like I remember having a furnace that captured a blaze spawner and was constantly melting them in the nether. But none of my stream packs have Tinker's Construct in them, so I can't remember when I did Tinkers, if I did Tinkers in the past. We're also doing Crossroads. Pardon me. Crossroads, which is like Create, but on drugs. I think even the developer would agree with me that that's a fair assessment. I can't say that's unfair, but I'm going to say that's unfair. I mean, occultism is... Yes, but I did that on purpose. Specifically to showcase why Lycanite's mobs is just not a good mod. If we ignore that one specifically, I haven't done anything particularly cracked out, I don't think. Copper, which is actually useful for reasons other than rituals. What I really need is what everyone needs: iron. And light, but that's a separate matter. Yes, Tinker's Construct allows for the use of copper as a tool material, which is surprisingly decent. But Crossroads also demands copper a lot. Mostly in the creation of bronze, with its tin material that is deliberately made very uncommon. And we like gravel because gravel goes into Tinker's Construct a lot. What the? I got this one frame perfect. The gravel didn't even drop. There. Flint is good too, but I need the gravel supply more. Oh, there goes my pick. I do have this iron one just sitting here, but I want to save that one for materials that require an iron pick. So I get my double bone knives. Try and make it home. You will give me more bones. Knife, 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 knife. Zombie. Knife. Did that drop any leather? Doesn't seem to have. Cows. The inconsistency of cows. I hear another one. There you are. Also no leather. That's a spider. You, I demand string. Thank you. It's not much, but it's a start. You, bone. Pay attention. Aha, you wasted your shot. Hello? Hello? He shot through the tree. Okay. We still got him. We have raw copper, which I could smelt, and then I guess make cables with. That doesn't do me any good yet, though. Gears, including large gears, basic armor. I don't have enough leather for that. Heat reservoir. also a crossroads thing. Solar heater. A major crossroads thing. We can't really do anything with crossroads until I get iron so I can get the book. There are some things I remember, but it's not... Just blundering around in crossroads without the book is going to be tricky. Here's the bronze recipe. Tin and copper, obviously. You can also get bronze by casting it. And you can mix it in the same ratio, tin and copper, so nothing to be won there. So how close are we to making a mini melter with a little bit of seared brick? No, no, no. Cast chest. I don't have any casts yet. Not concerned. Seared casting table. Seared fuel tank. That requires lava, which requires iron to make a bucket to move the lava. Where's the melter? Seared heater. This is the basic melter's fuel source. So I just need a ring of bricks. There's the melter. A boat of bricks. And any seared gauge, ingot or fuel. I'm pretty sure both of those are just bricks and glass. Fuel gauge is a cross. Ingot gauge is an X. So it doesn't matter which of these we build. It just requires glass. Which is another thing that mods love to require in large amounts. I certainly don't mind. Glass is cool stuff. There's our pickaxe repaired like nothing. Hello. Would you like to get off my front lawn, please? Knife, 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 knife. Just flurry him to death with the bone knives. Simple, frightening, effective. There's the gauge, which makes the melter. We make the fuel source. Yeah, the fuely thingy. And that's the melter in a nutshell. And then we need to be able to drain liquid from the melter into a casting table. I would also like a casting basin, but I'm a little short on bricks for that. Funny thing is, I stole all this gold, which means I can make golden casts already. So let me think about where I'm going to place my melter. Yes, the fuely thingy is the technical term for it. Very advanced, very specific. is the Dipsy Doodle for hot making. The Uncoldinator. Okay. Heater. Melter. Casting table with faucet pointing onto it. And faucet pointing nowhere. We'll get to that. Part builder. That's not how that works. This is not how you make brick casts. I'm gonna need a brick cast, like, immediately. Okay. Melting, no. Casting, yes. Molten gold, 1 ingot. They made it cheaper. It used to be 2. But I guess that's also when aluminum brass existed, and they decided to get rid of the aluminum. Okay, so there's my brick. 1 ingot worth of gold. How hot does it have to be to melt gold? 700. Can the melter handle that? Yes. Solid fuels are appearing in this rotation. Let's melt, honestly, a bunch of gold. I don't know how many of these I'm going to need immediately, but it'll be nice to have them on hand. Put some grout in there too. Which is blocked from finishing. And the reason for that is the melter can only hold 1 type of fluid at a time. I think. Anyway, there's my ingot cast. I can even make a second one of these that I can consume to make the cast chest. I actually want a third one for suspicious reasons. So there we go. 3 ingot casts. Just hanging out. We have 1 ingot worth of gold left in here. I need to make cast chests before I start making a ton of casts. I'm going to start making a ton of casts anyway and put them in this chest, just for starters. And the way to do that, is to make a bunch of stone parts. Because stone parts are cheap, plentiful, and functionally useless. And then pour the molten gold onto the stone part to make a gold cast of the stone part. What kind of cast do we need? Well, small blade wouldn't hurt. Tool handle would be nice. Pickaxe head would be great. Axe head, tool binding, basically all the tools that we have access to. Yeah, resumes are nonsense. They just are. There's no escaping it. So we have head, handle, binding. That's all the components of a pickaxe. If we add axe head, we can get the components of an axe. And small blade will add the components of a sword. Not broad axe, small axe. That'll do for now. We will need more, but this is how we start. Now the seared stone is instantly seared and or stoned in there. So I can take my ingot cast and start retrieving my stone bricks. This can be a slow process because every single one of them needs a bit of time to cool. There's a way to skip this delay, or rather to not have to be the one to hang around and deal with it. But that requires redstone and iron. Anyway, now we have the bricks to make a basin, which is what this was pointing to the whole time. That will allow me to pour out entire blocks of material at a time, instead of ingot by ingot by ingot. And then I'd like to put another drain here. And then ideally I would like to put another casting table right here with an ingot cast in it. So as we're pouring out metals, like entire metal blocks, if we end up with not enough to make a block in here, then we already have the faucet here to drain out ingot by ingot by ingot and get the remainder. Which is a very convenient way of solving that particular problem. Now we have all these casts, which is the basic infrastructure for making simple tools. I don't have the actual material for making any more simple tools. So we still have to go in and get some more iron. Now, do I want more bricks or start with blocks? Actually, here in Puny Smelting, it talked about using seared stone, which is this brick material, for tool heads. And that is an iron tier tool head with a mining speed of 6.5 and a melee damage of 1.5. It still has a durability penalty for handles, but that's fine. And it mines metal ores faster. So I can upgrade my tools with this. 225 durability, iron tier. This is more damage and more durability than my bone daggers. And it's a better mining tier and better durability than my stone pickaxe. So let me just small blade out of seared stone. And pickaxe head out of seared stone. I would like to upgrade both of these at the same time, because they're supposed to be able to stack. But I wonder if they can't do that once they are damaged. Let's fix these up. Yeah, they don't stack anymore. Can this do it? No. Wait, the melee damage goes down? From 409 to 392. Why? That wasn't part of the bargain. Because bone, yeah, it loses the pierce modifier, but that's supposed to reduce armor, not increase damage. I guess what it's doing is secretly increasing, like adding an additional amount of armor piercing damage, instead of negating some of them. It's lazy programmer syndrome. What it's saying is not accurate. It does accomplish that, but it does so in a way other than what it claims. So it's lying about its melee damage modifier, because it's adding an unspecified amount of bonus damage, which it includes in the total, but doesn't include any other way. So I guess this Searing Stone Small Blade is not going on my daggers, because these are better as they are. But I can replace a head on my pick for increased mining tier, increased mining speed, and I trade Stonebound for Searing. And it's dark again. We sure are good at spending the entire day indoors. Everything is waiting on me to find iron. Also, it's funny that I'm just barely in a savanna biome, and it's raining over there, but not on me. Hello, creeper. Hello, small army of creepers. Nope, there's a pair of them. 2 is too many. Ooh, iron. I do need to fight these guys after all. Bye. That one got blasted into space. But now I can has iron. More free iron. Uh-oh. Apparently I haven't had a nap in a while. Nice, this is now indistinguishable from an iron pick. At least in terms of speed. Not quite sure how the durability compares, because the iron pickaxe doesn't give me a durability number the way the Tinker's pickaxe does. Emeralds. Okay, I'll take it. Wait, large emerald vein? This never happens. Emeralds are normally veins of 1, not 3. I hate hitting dirt pockets. They slow everything down. Where is all the iron? Am I going to be stuck ironless until I hit deep slate? Is deep slate even a thing in 119? These questions and more coming soon. There's some iron. Now I can make the all-important bucket and start branching out into farming. Farming will give me access to roots stuff, like good armor. Oop, there goes the pick. Can't quite repair it in the field because I don't have seared stone. But I definitely need to make some stairs so the return trip is a bit less painful. And so the trip here is less painful. Stairs for everyone. Knives for you. string for me, from the looks of it. Originally, in older versions of Tinker's Construct, this knife was called a dagger, and instead of being able to be held in both hands like this, because the offhand didn't yet exist, the right-click ability of the dagger used to be you throw it. Just consider the wisdom of having your cheap weapon's special ability the ability to throw it away. Now it's gone. Whatever you're attacking probably isn't dead. Thrown weapons, always of questionable utility. I use this brick to fix up my pick. Loyalty did not exist at the time. Neither did tridents. I'm gonna need more seared bricks. The good news is, I believe there's a way to get that. Is that not true anymore? Does seared stone not come from melting cobblestone anymore? Mighty smelting, seared stone. Wait, I can melt an Elder Guardian to get seared stone? That's a little ridiculous. Melting. Existing bricks, existing items made from bricks. Grout, of course, because that's what it's all from. Seared stone is no longer melted cobblestone. It used to be. Apparently now I need the gravel, clay, and sand. No alternatives. No shortcuts. I think I need to start melting literally all of the grout. I will need more bricks. But also blocks. I maybe should have done the math on this, but I did not do that. Seared stone is, as one might expect, a block's worth. I can also pour molten clay directly on stones, so that's how it works now. 2 clay to make a block's worth, where normally it would be 4 clay to make multiple bricks worth. Interesting changes. I just don't have molten clay right now. I have true grout. We are pouring everywhere. Make it bricks, make it blocks, I don't care. Just melt it down and get it out of here. Here's the extra casting table I wanted, with the extra cast. And the cast chest is 4 bricks and a bricks, so 8 bricks. Why is there stone in there? Oh. How many more bricks do I need? And does the seared stone count as a bricks for this purpose? No. You cannot. Oh. Well, I can make bricks out of the stone. So it all works out. So you become bricks, and then I have bricks, and then I need a chest. And that makes a cast chest. And crap. It automatically consumed my tool rod cast because I did not pay attention to which one it auto-filled the recipe with. So now I have a gold cast that I simply don't need. Good news, I can recycle it. Oh, and this is exactly what I was concerned about. I wasn't paying attention to the math. So now I have a partial cast of seared stone and a partial brick. This is just me being dumb. There's nothing I can do about this partial this partial brick cast. But the partial block cast I can now pour off into this brick cast. And now I have 120 and 130 millibuckets of basically wasted seared stone. Bit of a shame. There's the cast chest. Now what I would like to do is get the fluid out of one of these and put it into the other one. I'm not sure I can... Well, I can do that. It's just not easy. Well, maybe it is easy. I just need any foundry tank. Almost any. The fuel tank doesn't count. Not scorched. Scorched requires quartz. There's the seared fuel gauge. And the seared ingot gauge, which is the one I want. Don't have 5 glass, don't have the sand. So much for that little adventure. Now I have raw iron I can't store. Funny little fact, there's no shovel. Shovel is not a valid tool. There's the mattock, which is a combination axe and shovel. And there's the picadze, which is a combination pick and shovel. But you can't just make a basic shovel. Not anymore. I'm going to make the axe version. Because I already have a pick. Why would I want a pick shovel? I'm going to have to make it out of non-meltable materials. So, stone, likely. And string and wood. Make a stone axe, a stone round. Both of these are considered heads. Neither of them are considered a binding. And then a wooden tool handle, which is birch colored. I thought I'd do some string. String is not a thing right now. String does not fit on this tool type. Stone mattock. And with this, we need to go get some sand so I can make more glass. Wasn't there... Yeah, there was practically a desert. Big, big beach over the west. The ability to have... Uh-oh. The ability to have functional compass directions is invaluable. If I did not have a minimap, I would be very lost all the time. Just constantly spinning around. Also, this little floating stone crystal shape here is very strange. But we don't question World Gen anymore. World Gen is just out of its mind at all times. We assume the gods must be crazy, because surely they are. We just rip into this beach. at stone shovel speeds, with what looks like, honestly, a bit more durability than a typical stone shovel. So that makes this a pretty cost-effective tool. We're already almost at 2 stacks of sand, which is going to be nice in the glass department. Broken shovel, over 2.5 stacks of sand. Good trade. Smite. And knife. This is honestly pretty good for undead. Give him a crit with the smite axe while it lasts, and then stab him to make up the difference. I'll also take this. I forget if it's necessary. Some mods differentiate between coal and charcoal, and there are certain tasks for which charcoal simply is not suited and coal is required. I don't know if Crossroads is one of those that specifies, but I'll go ahead and grab a bunch of coal just in case it is. There's no reason not to. Uh-oh. I knew I'd back into that lake eventually. And this creeper is just unhelpfully making the lake ever larger. How many skeletons does it take to get a home? At least now I can fix this unsightly little hole in the ground. Okay. We now have a bunch of glass, which will solve several of our immediate problems. A more immediate problem is our storage issue. For which I believe it's time to start investing in storage drawers and a place to put them. I'm still going to need a basic stack of chests right here. Storage drawers, I think, will go right here to the left. will make them with birch because birch is terrible, but it at least looks good for this purpose. And it'll require a lot of chests. Yeah, birch drawers are not bad. My immediate concern is the reason I went out and got all this glass for this thing. And now I need to borrow this faucet and make a gap here so we can pour out the extra stone into this tank. Now we take the tank, which retains its contents when broken. The casting tables and casting basins do not do that. This casting basin was empty. Replace it with the tank, place the faucet, drain it in there, and we had just enough to complete a brick. No wasted material. And now I have a seared gauge tank thing for later. It also may be a little bit early to be worrying about storage drawers. If I move everything that is a block up here, the way I usually do, then we are fine. It's not sorted, but that's fine in its own way too. Now I need to replace my tool rod cast. Because we melted it. Would also be nice now that I have a cast chest, which I built and immediately forgot I had. To make basically all the other necessary casts. I think I have axe head already. Yep. So we'll make round plate, and especially the tough stuff. Tough handle, plate, hammerhead, broadaxe. These are expensive too. Fortunately, we're only using cobble, so nobody cares. Broadaxe, large blade. Looks like that's everything I can make out of stone except for armor parts. Repair kit might be a good investment too. That's all that in gold. Surely there are more parts that I can turn into casts. They're just not craftable out of cobble. Such as crossbow grips, bow grip, bow limb, shield core. I have kind of a disdain for shields. They're a waste of offhand and a waste of screen space. So we're now up to 9 parts. I have 10 gold. What does it take to make a crossbow string? Bingo. String. But why? Hang on. Before I make any silly mistakes. Tier 2 ranged. You can make iron limbs and grips. Venom bone. I still don't know what venom bone is. But if you are poisoned, it is better. That doesn't seem good to me. I don't want to be poisoned to buff my tools. That's silly. Slime vine. Projectile accuracy bonus and isn't penalized when flying. So I don't see a reason to make a bowstring cast. Because it doesn't appear that anything pourable or metallic can be made into a string. Perhaps that ends with the word yet, but I'm not yet sure. Anyway, 9 gold to make all these casts. Just keep putting the casts away as they come, replacing them with tool parts and pouring gold over the tool parts. Now I can technically pour seared stone repair kits and actually repair my pickaxe on the fly. Which will involve more grout. So I need to make repair kits and more blocks. That pours out way too fast. This is a very small tank and cannot be expanded as is. The only way to make this better is to upgrade it to a full smelter. And I do not currently have the knowledge to do that. That requires a book, which requires leather, which means I need to go out and take out some more cows. Why is this here? That is a block type block. I think that's enough pocket repair kits for now. This'll keep me a diggin' and a diggin' for a bit. Now I have to melt the rest of the grout, slow and painful as this is. As I said, it can be automated, but that requires redstone and iron. Technically, these faucets can be activated with redstone, so I can have the faucet permanently on, and then a hopper underneath will take finished products and just dump them in a chest. But until I have that kind of materials and infrastructure, that's just not an option yet. And one of the things that's keeping me from that is not having a book. I'm going to melt this iron. It's gonna happen. But before I do that, we need to go cow hunting. And I may steal a bed from that village after all, because we still don't have one. Axe, knife, knife. Knife, knife, knife. Sure wish the creepers would stop making holes in the landscape. Oh, we have a skeleton. The skeleton is paying attention. What? Oh. We have a skeleton wearing a backpack. This is both good and bad. Make that very good. Creatures wearing backpacks are from the Sophisticated Backpacks mod, and they are always elite with potion effects. I lucked out in that that skeleton was only fire resistant. Now we have a free backpack. Which saves me from having to craft one. Where's this village? Further east. Ow. Oh, I'm gonna get bit from the sky and killed. No. The red just barely saved me there. Feel the wrath of my knives and stay away. I'm trying to go steal a bed. So I don't have to deal with all this stuff, and I stop having it mysteriously be nightfall every time I want to leave. Miss me. Knife. Oh, they're surrounding me. Run for it. You can't outrun a phantom. Their speed increases as they glide in a straight line. But it does make it take longer between attacks. Lucky timed jump. Got me boosted. What? I'm not going to question it. Something exploded. It wasn't me. Now I am safe in this acacia house, where I can steal this smoker. Do campfires exist yet? They do. So I don't technically need the smoker to cook food. But I could, and it would be faster. Iron Golem chasing down a zombie. Good job. You got him. These still work. I'm going to steal this one. So the one the guy uses for his job is in here. Spare pants, I can melt these. Also, free chest. And I want a bed from the edge of town. Hopefully from a house that no one lives in. this house that I have not even looted. Take the chest. Take the free bed. Mission accomplished. Bring it on home. We also have cow. I got leather. I can make a book. That is every mission accomplished. The only way it could be better is if I had the presence of mind to make an animal pen that I could then use some leads to bring animals into. But I did not do that, nor did I bring the leads. Horse leather, very nice. Also, I'm curious, because this has the silky shears property. I want to know if that means that I can shear sheep with it. No. And it doesn't mean that silk touches grass either. So I guess silky shears are just words on these daggers. Wolf. Huh. Interesting surprise. And now I'm going to have to look at my keys to see what keybind is open backpack. First of all, I can remove these. Wait, no, I really can't. That's right click, that's left click. I can remove this one, but if I remove these, then I stop being able to play the video game. Inventory, offhand swap, creative mode, don't need those. Advancements, never need that, because I can get there from the pause menu. I don't know what boost means, but it shares a key with sprint. All these things, I mean, I don't know what these are yet, but they're part of Crossroads. Cheat mode. Nope. Toggle cheat mode. Nope. Bookmarks. I hate them. I always accidentally trigger them. JEI, Jade. Don't know what that is. Journey map. Journey map. Modern fix. Placebo. I don't have those. Chetifian core. This is just a library mod. Doesn't do anything as far as I'm aware. There. Open backpack B. That's unfortunate. It shares that key with Journey map. If I made that G. G is fine. We have some other miscellaneous things that don't do anything. So, backpack. These are my only curio slots, huh? It's kind of a bare bones mod pack. And now I have mucho more inventory space. all kinds of things. Which greatly increases my ability to stay out and loot and gather during the day. Very important. The basic amount of inventory space that Minecraft gives you, this full chest, this single chest's worth of inventory slots, it's fine for vanilla. But as you start getting into modded and adding so many more different items and item types, it's just not enough room. Sometimes it's even worse than that. You can need to carry multiple backpacks just to keep everything straight. Big technology mods can be like that, where building a single machine requires so many components and microcrafted things and whatnot, that the only way to handle it all is with multiple backpacks and crafting automation systems. Because otherwise, you're just running around everywhere making parts, so you can make more parts, so you can make another level of parts, and then eventually build a single machine. I don't know if this is a problem I expect to have. It may well be. Crossroads can get complicated. Once I melt some of this iron finally, we can get into it. Until then, I'm working off of memory. And my memory for complicated mods I have not played in years is questionable at best. One thing I do know, though, is that if set up properly, Crossroads offers some interesting little toys and setups, such as a furnace that can run forever and is faster than a normal furnace, requiring no fuel. It's a bit expensive to get up and running, especially for something so simple as an infinite furnace. But once you get it going, you almost don't have to think about it. I stress almost, because the setup is imperfect until you get some redstone. But that's just how Crossroads works. It is Rube Goldberg-y ridiculous. And there's always room for improvement. Even and especially improvement you can't afford yet, because the materials don't exist yet. The important thing right now is that I'm solving my immediate wood problem, so I can get into things like storage drawers and not have to worry about the number of chests that I have around or how poorly organized they are. Because I'll have entire dedicated drawers for extremely common materials that would otherwise choke my chests. Like cobblestone, classically. But a 4-space drawer for birch and oak wouldn't go amiss either. Alright, let's bring this bounty in. Bringing up my stone mattock to seared stone wouldn't be a bad idea either, just to unify my tool materials. And it's nice that the bone daggers are still holding out. Fast weapons do have that as a problem. They wear out much, much faster. So as much as jab 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 is a fantasy, it doesn't execute all that well unless you can get unbreaking on them. I think these berries are going to need their own chest. Yeah, it definitely looks about time for a farming materials chest. You, stack of oak. Become boxes. And also, backpack. I'll get to the rest of the backpack in a moment. I'm kind of hurrying this right now because I need to step away again. But what's important right now is we have the book, we have the molten stone, and this gets us Mighty Smelting, Chapter 2, which we'll get into shortly. I'll be back very soon. Alright, we are back again. Proving to be kind of a difficult day here. The important thing is, we've got some stone. That's at 3 bricks worth, which is not a block, but that's what the overflow is for. This also means I can finally start melting iron. 3 iron, each of which gives plus 3 nuggets. So this is 4 iron. Technically. So that's a total of 8 iron. Which doesn't mean all that much. Oh wait, yes it does. Bucket. Which means I need to run off 3 ingots. This leaves 5 ingots of iron, which I could use to try and upgrade my daggers, or my pick, maybe? But there's not a whole lot that can be done with 5 iron. The important thing, though, while it's dark, is we have this book now. Mighty Smelting, the 2nd chapter. This is where we upgrade our tool crafter to a Tinker's Anvil. It has to be made with alloys. Alloys specific to this chapter. And seared stone. But it's just an improved version of the Tinker Station. And it has access to more tool types. There's also the smeltery itself. So the smeltery has the same ore bonus, plus 3 nuggets, or plus 1 gem per ore. It used to double. It used to be an ore doubler, which was the main reason I installed it back in the day. Now it's only plus 1/3, which is still good. It's good to have an ore bonus. It just could be better. It also can mass melt, hold multiple metals at once. It's extendable. It can make alloys. The melter over here can't. Fuel efficiency depends on size, and it can melt mobs if you can get a mob inside. To get the controller, pour 4 ingots worth of copper on seared bricks, and that gets the core block. Structure. There's supposed to be a picture here. Well, this is basically how it's supposed to look, minus the guy. Don't get in the smelter yourself. It will burn you to death. It's basically the same as a melter, with the internal tank, the fuel gauge, and melting slots. It just has more melting slots. And the tank must be lava. So where I have this seared heater, which can accept charcoal and other burnables, this one, the full smeltery must use a tank, and it runs on lava, and there's also another fuel later. Construction of the smeltery is made of seared blocks. There's also a seared ladder block, which can be used to climb it. It's also considered part of the structure, which is nice. Block that does double duty. Windows, where you can see into the smelter. Not good for floor blocks, but that's fine. And there's tinted glass for some reason. Seared soul glass, you can make a window that you can walk through. Why would you do that? Well, I guess you would do that as part of a mob farm. You could push mobs through that. You have the seared drain, which is a specific block to get liquids out. The seared duct pulls a specific fluid, so it's a seared drain with a filter. The seared chute is hoppering items in, and you can melt entities with it. Silverfish get you seared stone, villagers and illagers get you emeralds, skeletons turn your bones into milk, and there are more. Blood is also a thing. And apparently melting the Ender Dragon is worth awesome power. I don't know how you do that, because it flies and destroys blocks. Maybe if you have a way to paralyze it. Now we have theoretical access to Tier 3 materials, including slime steel, amethyst bronze, pig iron, and rose gold, which are the 4 alloys that you can make that Tinker's Anvil out of. Slime steel, well, I guess I'll have to look up how that's made, because it's not going to tell me. Slime steel is a very powerful material, because it has overcast and over slime, which gives it a second durability bar. And there's another material somewhere with the slimy property that regenerates the over slime bar. Which means regenerating tools are a thing. Also, it's, diamond tier mining with at least iron tier speed, so it's pretty good stuff. And it's decent for weapons with a 2.5 damage value. Not the greatest, but it'll get you there. Amethyst bronze has crumbling, which just makes it better, I guess, on wood and dirt, anything that doesn't specifically require a tool. Its actual stats aren't great, though. It's faster, but its durability is trash. At least for the tier it's at. Nahuatl. You put molten obsidian on wooden parts, and you get basically Aztec stuff with a damage over time property, which we've been over in previous playthroughs. I hate damage over time properties because they bypass looting if you have them on your tools. Melee damage of 3 is not to be scoffed at, though. Pig iron. You can eat the tool. Hooray. It is otherwise average for its tier. Rose Gold. The only reason to use Rose Gold is because it gives you an additional upgrade slot. You can also apparently put Molten Rose Gold on string to make a Rose Gold binding. Rose Gold string binding. Interesting. But yeah, Rose Gold is terrible in terms of stats. But if you can sneak a Rose Gold binding onto something and get a +1 upgrade slot, it's worth it. Bronze. The trouble with bronze, as nice as bronze might be, is that bronze is extremely valuable in Crossroads. I have no other source of tin that I know of but Crossroads. So we will not be making bronze tools. They are too valuable. Cobalt. Cobalt is found in the Nether. It is very powerful, very fast, and its entire property is that it's faster. Cobalt is also extremely good for this reason for crossbows and bows. We have Dark Thread, which is molten obsidian on string, and it gives you a level of looting. Just because. Amethyst Bronze is different on ranged weapons than it is on melee. Bows gain bonus velocity, but arrow angle is restricted. This is a strange one. I think it means you can only fire at 45-degree angles. Meaning you can fire north, east, northeast, but firing anywhere between these will make the arrow go straight toward the closest. And I believe that also goes for 45-degree vertical angles as well. It's weird. Nahuatl keeps its bleeding. Rose Gold keeps its bonus upgrade. Bronze is still too expensive. Cobalt. Extremely potent. Actually, this 0.05 is not at all extremely potent. It used to be a lot better. We have armor materials, which I still haven't even looked at. Huh. Obsidian armor. This is an obsidian part. If it was not, it would not say obsidian. This is just the joke they made back on the Nahuatl page. Not an obsidian part. Built-in blast protection. Not bad. Rose gold, pig iron. You can eat your armor. Bronze, cobalt, broad tools. This is where we start getting into broad tools, because the Tinker's Anvil can make them, whereas our crafting bench over here cannot. The broad axe is the best tree harvesting tool in any mod ever. It is, as far as I'm concerned, the original. And it used to be called the lumber axe. Now, when it says it destroys trees in one fell swoop, it does that. There is no limit to the size of tree it can destroy in one shot. If you are attacking a log block that has connected to it, on directly above that log block, a leaf, then it will destroy every log touching that log block. We have the cleaver, which comes with built-in severing. It's a heavy, slow sword that, last I knew, did not like having it's always been considered two-handed, if I remember right. So it doesn't like you having things in your offhand while using it. Excavator is a 3x3 shovel. It starts with knockback, so you can just brain people with a snow shovel. Longbow. It's a slower bow for sniping with. Scythe. 3x3 AoE harvesting and tilling. It works on crops, it works on leaves, and it says it has AoE attack capabilities, but that's less interesting than you'd think, because sweeping is a thing swords do already. What's interesting, though, is that Scythe had this property before sweeping was a thing. Sledgehammer. 3x3 mining. I believe it's also the original 3x3 AoE mining tool. Vanehammer. I've never used this one. But, harvest blocks the same type in veins, so you attack a block of iron with it and it will destroy all of the iron in one shot. So if you like the Vein Miner mod, there you go. Now we start getting into abilities, which is a different upgrade slot from previous upgrade slots. And this gets into some crazy stuff like Unbreakable and Melting. Armor also has a bunch of abilities. Soul Belt, what does that mean? Hotbar items will remain with you. Requires a recovery compass. Interesting. We also have defensive plates that work kind of like enchantments. They add levels of what are basically enchantments that are permanent. And they all require obsidian plates with material poured onto them. These are very expensive and very slow to make. But if you want custom armor, that's the way to do it. Anyway, theoretically, we now have access to the smeltery. Technically, in a way, we're getting there. But I'm going to need a lot more seared stone to make that happen. And to get this iron out of here. How good is iron? Not for range, for melee. 250 durability, iron tier 6. Slightly better for weapons than seared stone. And it also attracts nearby drops passively. So I could see making an iron sword. But we already have an iron sword, so what would be the point? Also good handle material. I could replace my wooden handles with iron ones for a 10% durability bonus and the magnet property. That by itself is a good thing to do. So let's pour 1, 2? Sure, 2. Maybe the dagger should be retired. It said I could retrieve parts by breaking down old gear, but I don't see how or where to do that. I don't want to add modifiers. Oh, it said I had to stack these to do it, with daggers specifically. So the daggers specifically are just junk. There is nothing I can do with these daggers. I want 3 tool handles, possibly 4. Surely I can find a different material for that crossguard. Another thing I'll have to install when I go looking to fix my light level overlay problem is a trash can mod. Because I don't currently have a way to destroy old gear. Alright, you get an iron handle, and you get an iron handle. And I have a backup iron handle for the weapon I'm making. The small blade. Well, I did have the seared stone small blade at the ready. Be a good opportunity for it. Unless I could pour an iron one and make it count. Iron would be better for damage. I don't really need the searing property. I need the durability and the damage. Is there a better material for damage than 2? Venom Bone is 225, but has worse durability. Slime Wood is the one that has overgrowth. Tool slowly grows over slime. This is how you get regenerating tools. Necrobone, don't have access to it. Scorched Stone, I don't have access to because it's a nether material. White Stone, I mean, this is just endstone. So it looks like I'm doing iron or nahuatl, and between the two, I don't have any obsidian. So that's going to be an iron blade. And the last thing I need to finalize this tool is a second tool handle for the crossguard. Could be wood. Ooh, bone. Just to get the pierce modifier for free. That seems like a great idea. Can I do better? I mean, the Slimewood crossguard and the Slime Steel head would be excellent. I don't have access to that yet. So the answer is definitely a bone crossguard. Handle, blade, crossguard. Melee damage 6.5, so slightly more than an iron sword. Speed 1/6, same as an iron sword. 3 upgrade slots and an ability slot. It also has Silky Shears again. Oh, it can shear mobs if the Silky modifier is added. I don't have that modifier. But I do now have a backup sword, which will go in my backup pack. Speaking of which, needs to be cleared out. And I have a bed. Where does the bed go? I don't know yet. I'll figure it out later. I went all the way to that village to steal a bed. Now I don't know where to put the bed. Well, daybreak coming soon. That's good. I think what I need right now is to go harvest a ton of clay. So I can make molten clay, pour it onto cobblestone, and get seared stone that way. That'll be cheaper on the clay and will require less sand and gravel to do it that way. I also need to get cracking on these storage drawers. Make a few sets of quads. And do I need singles or can I just use some doubles? Why is that not working? Surely I haven't forgotten how these work. Double drawers. Oh, up and down. I should have known that. So I intend to have the insert into storage network block here. Get a couple of 8s, a bunch of doubles. I'll worry about this upper row later. Cobblestone and dirt. Gravel and sand. We'll leave the wood alone for now. Gravel. I think I'm gonna need another quad. And that'll be for the granite, diorite, andesite. I'll worry about that fourth slot later. Sand shouldn't go with gravel. Sand should be paired with glass. They always go together. Alright, things are definitely better now. And it's brighter. But I definitely heard some footsteps out here, and there he is, just kind of hanging out, waiting for me. Beat him up with a perfectly normal sword. Now, what am I waiting on? Completely forgot what it was I needed. I could use a bark knife. Stick, wood, saplings. That's a little strange. But I guess it's fine. We'll make 2 of them. Because they tend to break. So I am hunting mostly for clay, but also while we're in the neighborhood for tree barks. Chop, 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 chop. The Roots mod actually existed before stripped trees were a thing, and at that time, instead of stripping the log, it would destroy the log when it just randomly decided there was no more bark. That should be enough birch and oak bark. I wouldn't mind some more old roots if I could have those pop up. Oh yeah, I was supposed to use this bucket to get some water so I could make a farm. Forgot about that. Whoa. Calm down, World Gem. Why is there a giant hole in the ground? It just does that sometimes. Ooh, we got a few old roots all of a sudden. This is an argument for the scythe. Because once again, I am mass destroying tall grass, which I can only do one block at a time. Weird little crevasse there. Yeah, I have to say, calm down World Gen all the time. Because it just does insane things. Why haven't I done this yet? Now I can move, I guess, my farm-related stuff up there. Which these items are not. I also need a way to store mob drops. Which... flesh... string... bone... powder... I guess I can classify all these things as farming related until I get a better place to put them. I don't really like this being the mob drops chest. I'll need to expand my storage network. But I can't really do that until I get to the nether. A lot of things depend on the nether. A lot of the time. As for all of this nonsense, this all needs to be expanded and moved. I can't believe I missed. So try, and I missed again. You go on that side. Stone gets put back. Heater goes under. There. Just rotate the whole setup and put it aside. Now I have room to further expand in this direction and carve out a space for the actual smelter over here, which is going to have to be big. I mean, it doesn't have to be stupidly big, but I always make them stupidly big. It's kind of far from these. I could put it here. I'm already kind of committed to putting it over here. This cast chest needs to move anyway. But to where? That might work. Let's kind of float you right there. Yeah, I think this will be the spot. So, mirroring this thing. I could put maybe an embedded casting table in this row, which would mean it would be there. So I have a casting basin here. But that doesn't really work. I'm just trying to envision, and my brain has suddenly decided that I have aphantasia, which I do not have, but it's just refusing to let me visualize what I'm trying to do here, which isn't even complicated. Okay, so casting tables here, and a basin here, which would mean the actual walls would go here. Maybe I would make it 4 wide? And then if I do that, we will embed the floor in the floor. The floor will become the floor. Oh no, we've gone outside. How could this have happened? I have run out of wall. We're just outside now. So I have the important question. Does the smeltery have to be square? And how square? Perfectly square? Rectangular? Are funny shapes legal? Make it too big and it's so efficient you need a tower of fuel tanks to run it. Must have a floor of acceptable blocks. Must be rectangular. It cannot be L-shaped, a circle, or a dodecahedron. So rectangular, not square. The max size is 161665 or 141464 internal. Then we talk about alloys. So that means this could be the floor. 4 by 2 internal. I don't like that size or shape, but it would be legal. drive it a little further into the floor. Because for some reason I always like to drill my smelteries down as opposed to building them up tall. I don't know why. It's just a thing I do. So this is the smeltery basin. Smeltery basin does not require its corner blocks. This is an important distinction because a later version does. So what I have here is some seared stones and bricks and things. You need to be cooked and poured onto that to get the controller block. Smeltery needs a floor. And something else the smeltery needs that is weird and yet bizarrely necessary is floor lamps. I can't put glass in the floor, but what I can do is put seared window blocks here and here so the light casts on the floor. And the reason we do that is because otherwise mobs will spawn inside the darkened thing, just randomly. Which isn't entirely a bad thing, it just annoys me to no end. There we go, need seared glass. 2 of it. I have 1 brick, or enough bricks for 1. There's one of our bottom windows to let the light in. Here's our control block, which I'm not sure where to put. I guess it could go here. Of course, now it's going to complain at me that it's not a valid structure, but I know that already. Invalid block in the walls. Don't tell me that. That's not part of your walls. Why are you looking right there? I have creepers wandering around again. Hooray. Everyone loves creepers. The worst thing that can happen right now is for a creeper to spawn out here in this dark region and just kind of wander its way in. That must not be allowed to happen. There. Not the greatest, but functional. Other things I will need. At least 1 seared tank. Because that's the lava tank. which is going to be 8 more bricks. So apparently I do need more grout. And I can't just clay this. So I cast these. How did I get to fancy? That was not intentional. I'm looking for seared bricks. There. So if I cast the seared bricks by putting clay on some bricks, then I don't actually get bricks. I get brick blocks. I can cast a tiny amount of molten clay on a button. That's hilarious. I didn't know that was a thing. And it beats individually casting or smelting bricks. We get molten clay by melting clay, and you get a brick's worth of clay. No word on how much that is in millibuckets. You get three bricks of clay by melting a flower pot. I know where there are flower pots. We can totally go steal flower pots from that village again. I think for shit. Why is that? Oh, I'm waiting on bricks for that, that's why. For sheer simplicity and convenience, we're just gonna grout. I didn't want to grout, but here we are. Here we are without the iron to make hoppers to make this faster. With how long it could take to painstakingly make every brick this wants, I could have put this in the paint pack. The other option would have been to just put the grout in the furnaces, but then you only get 1 brick per, whereas melting it in here gets you 2 bricks per. And since the smelter needs a lot of bricks, wasting the clay and sand and whatnot is just not a good play. Although technically, there is another option. And that is to double time it. Making bricks at twice the pace. Theoretically, you could do this at triple the pace. If I had a third basin right here, or a third casting table. But I don't, and that costs bricks. A step forward, which would be itself a step back. I can place my other brick window. Just keep things melted. I need to make a seared fuel tank. What is this? A heater. Doesn't help. Seared fuel tank. This will contain the lava that actually runs this thing. I don't know where to put it. Whoops. No, put that back in there. Oh no, it should not have seared stone in it. That's what I get for right-clicking with the wrong tank. Yeah, get in there. Now get out of my hand. I do not want to use this as a tank that way. Now, the seared fuel tank needs to go on the same height level as the smeltery controller. So I think the best place to put it is here. Which means we need to knock this wall down so I can have access to it. So we can have access to the controller and the tank right next to it. Yes, the fuel tank only holds 4 buckets of lava. Doesn't have a super huge capacity. Ingot tank holds fluid. Seared ladder. Lantern. I mean, just a terrible idea to use melted liquids as a lantern. Tinted glass, bricks, casting tables, flint and brick. Seared drain. I will need at least a few of these. Copper ingots. Do I have copper ingots? No. Well, let's fix that. Oops. There we go. Now we have 2 drains. One of which will feed into the basin that I was talking about. And the one next to it to feed into a casting table, and another one to feed into another casting table. The melter here is terribly inefficient on fuel. It's just bad. Because if it's burning a piece of fuel, it will continue to burn that piece of fuel whether or not you have anything to melt. Whether or not you can melt anything. Now, how am I supposed to get a window into the smeltery now? I don't think I can. I guess I have to give up on glass windows here. For shame. I wanted to have a nice window into the fluid insides. But it's just not big enough to support all the tables I want, and to be able to do that. You can wait there. I want a basin and 3 tables. This will all require 4 faucets. Apparently I can recycle faucets. Anything else the bricks do that I need? Doesn't look like I need to worry about that right away. I've never made a gold duct. Not even once. That kind of filtration is just not required. Nope, that's everything I can do with the bricks. So it is no longer time for individual bricks. It is time to be making blocks again. And maybe I should replace this with the lava tank. Because that way I could stop piddling around with solid fuels, because they're a mess. Hey there, welcome on in. Haven't seen you before. I think I could use another tank or 2. You are running on lava now. Seared heater. I can recycle. can't recycle. It should recycle. It requires 600 C, which I am below. But it refuses to. Why? Well, I guess that won't work then. Cobblestone still doesn't melt. I had to make sure. Alright then, keep the grout coming. And run off a few bricks when I can. Because I would like an ingot tank, I think. I mean, not the fuel gauge, because that's just a 4-bucket tank. Ingot tank for 48 buckets. Ingot gauge, or 48 ingots, ingot gauge for 48 ingots. The tank looks better, but costs more bricks. And the gauge, I already have one. So I guess I don't need to make all these bricks after all. So now I just need seared stone. All of it that I can stand. And unfortunately, the Meltery's tank is just not big enough to fill 2 blocks at once. Very annoying that I can't melt this down, though, when it told me I could. Darn thing lied to me. But oh well. Keep the bricks coming. I can't really have glass windows here because I'm going to have casting tables in the way. Now I can place my basin and an overflow table. I could maybe use the ingot cast that I recycled a while back. No matter. It's all fine. A few spare bricks. Maybe they'll see use at some point. Can I melt my spare 2 of those? It said I could, but it also said I could melt the heater, and then it chose not to. That did work. Maybe it won't melt this because it's too many bricks worth and it won't fit in here. That's probably the case. Dirt. I can cast dirt into slime dirt with slime, or mud with water. Why would I want to do that? Can't imagine why. I can craft mud. Wee. In what world is that useful? But no matter. Keep the stone coming. And it's gotta be 3 deep to reach the level of the drains. But we're getting there. It is getting built. Also, why is there a skeleton hiding in here? Again. Where is the skeleton? Oh, next level down. Go away. I thought 48 ingots was going to be something, not just another 4 buckets. Hooray. I have multiple types of tanks which have basically the same capacity. Iron leggings can be melted down into 7 ingots of iron. So I can recycle these pants, and that's why I'm keeping them. Not the sticks. The grout goes in there. See, now that I'm using lava, I'm not wasting any fuel, because it doesn't consume any lava to produce heat, unless it needs to. Whereas a piece of coal will just burn and keep burning until the entire piece is burned away, even if it's not actively doing anything. At this rate, I should have just been doing it the molten clay way. But I thought I needed more bricks. That's okay, I suppose. I don't have more clay. Uh-oh. Well, we're done. I just need the replacement tank to replace the one I just stripped out. There you go. Smeltery is now live and legal. I could raise it up another rank with another 2, 4, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 bricks. I certainly have the grout for that. I already have 5. Ooh, can I finally melt this heater? Do you have the space for it? Actually, what you can do is melt all this grout too. In a big old batch. Oops. One more. Now I basically no longer need this melter. Basically. I still kind of do. But by pure technicality, I also really kind of don't. That's all the grout. I can also put this in here. I don't know why I'm hanging on to dirt. Glass, cobble. Still got this bark knife. That can go in my backpack. Let's take out my free music disc and the jukebox upgrade. Don't need those. And I should not have melted all of those spouts. I wanted to keep one. So now we can do that and have yet another one right here. Another basin. That's going to be another 7 bricks. As the seared stone keeps coming. basin. And now I do have the capacity to pour double blocks. And the bricks to expand a level. And the things that hop into the smeltery's basin just get popped into its inventory. Which, if we were still dealing with cobblestone that melted into seared stone, could be annoying. But bingo. We're good. The smeltery itself is ready. And the cast chest can go here. That's a much better spot for it. Right there. All the casts I need sitting right next to the thing itself. Now, one thing you can do with the smeltery that it doesn't tell you, and I didn't know this for the longest time, is in this tank, when you have, like if I wanted the iron now and didn't want to have to go through all the seared stone, you could just click on the iron. That puts it on the bottom of the smeltery, and now the iron is ready to flow out of the spigots here. Back to the stone, click on the stone. That works no matter how many different things are in the smeltery. I did not know that for a very long time. And it's the reason I put torches in the windows inside the smeltery, so things can't spawn in there. Because in the past, Endermen would spawn in the smeltery, get melted down into liquid ender pearl, which I didn't know how to get out, and I had to pour the liquid ender into a basin and destroy the basin to get rid of it so I could get to my actual materials in the smeltery. It was irritating. But we have made a lot of very good progress here. I've got a small spare tank, a melter, well, a meltery, and a full-on smeltery, which I could move the controller up and then that tank up just for a little more ease of use, but don't do that if it's not empty. If all of the block data is inside this controller at this location. If I break this, then I lose all this fluid. It just vanishes. What I can do is make some more repair kits. For my lovely pickaxe here. Stonematic can get upgraded. Matic, axe, and round. Because now I just have all of the seared stone. Plenty of. Matic. Oh, I can only replace one head part at a time. Oh, it also went at the wrong slot. That's silly. So I don't want to select Matic. I want to put the Matic here. Seared Stone. And Seared Stone. Nope, can't do both at once. But I can do it one at a time. With a couple more repair kits. I mean, this iron pickaxe here is basically worthless. Ooh, I can foundry it for more iron. I think I will. The foundry's ability to recycle metal is pretty much as powerful as an uncrafter. The only question is it's damaged. So will I go to 10 ingots, or will I get some... No, 1 block and 1 nugget. So the damage reduced its amount by a bit. That's okay, though. We now have the beginnings of iron, the beginnings of material enhancement. I can even draw out an iron block right now if I wanted. But no, I think we'll leave the iron in there. And that will do it for the day. This is a pretty good place to leave it, having built our smelter on day 1. I still don't know where to put my... Pardon me. Boop. There. Now we have a spawn point. And that will do it definitively for the day. Good progress. Our next goal will be making some alloys so we can get the Tinker's Anvil and big tools. But that's a story for another time. Until then.